Well, here they come. Before the tournament, Libya hadn't won a game at any of FIFA's Futsal World Cups. They are over that hurdle now, and for the first time ever, they are looking to make the knockout stages. Still a chance that they could suffer defeat here and still.
Hey guys, welcome back for another live stream. Been a few months since we've done this, but we are back and we are going to be watching Spain take on Libya. As you saw there, a little bit of, or heard there, a little bit of audio coming through from good old Fubo. We'll be racking up here soon in just a second, guys. Hey, just a reminder, I cannot show the actual games here. So YouTube is pretty strict on that. I've seen where we've been able to get away with it on some other platforms, but every time I've tried here on YouTube, I get shut down. So this is strictly a watch party. But if you guys need a watch companion to go along with enjoying the game, then this is the place for it. If you actually want to watch the game, go watch the game. That's perfectly cool. We're good with that. So that's kind of the deal, because YouTube doesn't like when we use other people's content. All right. Hope everybody's doing good today. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Teams are just coming out now for announcements. We'll have to pull up some standings today too and kind of keep an eye on that, because there are definitely going to be implications as we're into the last matches of the groups. I don't know if you guys saw the games yesterday. Pretty crazy results. First two games at 8:30 were predictable, and then the second two games were a little wild. So Netherlands upsetting Paraguay, turning Group A on its head, which was pretty incredible, really awesome. And then you see just an absolute battle between Costa Rica and Uzbekistan, which was really incredible too. Costa Rica knocking out the hosts. But what a back and forth game. Crowd was absolutely amazing. Really, really good stuff. I hear clickety clacks from my keyboard, but that's okay. Who do you guys think is going to win today? We're watching Spain and Libya for our first match. And then the match that's going on at the exact same time right now is Kazakhstan versus New Zealand. So the Kazakhstan New Zealand match is going on in Tashkent, which I believe is the main arena that they're using over there. And then we've got, I think this game is in Andijan. Andijan. Someone help me with the pronunciation. I'm not afraid to admit that I don't know it. So after yesterday, Paraguay, Netherlands, Brazil, and Thailand are for sure through. This is Group D action, and then we'll see Group C after at 11 o'clock. And if you guys are enjoying it, enjoying the watch party here, then we'll follow along there as well and keep going, keep the day going. With that win yesterday, Costa Rica actually has a pretty good chance of making it through as one of the best third places. Only 4 go through out of the 6. And they are sitting on 4 points. Croatia was able to give Cuba a pretty good thumping to get 3 points on the day, but that might not be enough. When you look at Ukraine still has to play their extra match. If Libya gets any kind of result today, um, they should be ahead of that 3-point mark. And then the games for tomorrow, Group E and Group F, we really already know who's through. I'm surprised they haven't marked it on the website. But Portugal and Morocco are pretty locked, as is Iran and France. So Guatemala, Venezuela, Tajikistan, Panama, all with 0 points at the moment. So they're all fighting for one of those places as well. Someone's going to be heartbroken at the end of tomorrow because it's going to come down to goal differential. All right, all right. What do you guys think of the World Cup so far? How's it look to you, production wise, professionalism wise, lead up? You know, there's a lot of controversy. Okay, let's do this. All reliable, this score bug. I just got to change the crests. It is also the first half. You know, a lot of people were upset with the lead up because of how this thing was advertised, and I tend to agree. I think it was kind of silly that we're using footballers and claiming that this is the players of the future when it's not. I think that's a real bad take by our friends over at FIFA. Let's see if this looks a little better. This should solve our problem. I also think it's misleading that they're telling people that these are the stars of the future too. I mean, these guys are grown men. They are futsal players through and through. Kind of crazy that they're not advertising it that way as a sport in its own right. It's holding the game back. Juan, Rudy, how's it going, guys? So I'm currently watching on Fox Sports 2. There have been some YouTube streams leaking through, but not many. Or you can use a VPN and watch on FIFA Plus, which will have every game, whereas Fox Sports 2 only has uh, one of both games going at a time. So Fubo is not. FIFA Plus is. So yeah, Fubo is not free. Well, I take that back, Rudy. You could probably get a free trial if you've never used it before. That's what I did for the last World Cup, and I think it was a 1 month free trial, and it gets you access to way too many channels, just like cable style. Yeah, Fubo is pretty robust, but it's not cheap. I bit the bullet and paid for it. I don't know how that month works too. Is it 30 days from when you started, or is that your month, or is it the calendar year month? With this thing going through October, I hope I don't get hit for 2 months. I'm a little nervous about that. I don't know if you guys saw the statistics when Spain faced New Zealand in their last match. 108 shots on goal. That's insane. It's like 2.5 shots a minute or something crazy. Couldn't believe it. It is from the start? Okay, thank goodness. Save myself a couple of bucks at least. Save that for my trip to Lansing coming up. Wondering, do you guys want to see a score bug for the second game as well? I can kind of keep an eye on it. Wonder if I can. This might be easier. I don't know if I can do that clean. Hmm. Uh-oh. Where to go? So I currently have Fubo running on my desktop. So you can go to fubo.tv. That might be the most user-friendly way to sign up, or of course on your phone. There is a Fubo app, which you can also use, which will do just as well. But yeah, Fubo Fubo TV. Do this. Libya playing well to start, but man, they've got to. I mean, they are already under a ton of defensive pressure. I'd be really shocked to not see Spain come away with 3 points here. Oh yeah, Rudy. I think the only other option, if you have a VPN, FIFA Plus is free. But if you're somewhere where there are TV rights, then they won't even give you the option to view the games. So you have to probably run a VPN through a very obscure country to make sure that you can actually view them. I've not tried that yet. I tried getting on FIFA Plus and for the first few games and then realized that with the whole TV right thing that it wasn't gonna let me play nice. I kind of gave up and went to Fubo. Gonna have to make an extra sale this month to cover that. I love VPNs. The only problem is when I do these watch parties, if I'm using a VPN on my PC to watch the games on the bigger screen, it's screwed into and the connection gets really crappy. So for CONCACAF, I was watching the games on my phone so that I could stream on my local network and keep the quality up. Whoa, easy, killer. That was an aggressive vibration from my phone. I'll figure out a way to make this work better for everybody. Let me see. I think you're right. I think you do have to have the Sports Plus because I think you have to be able to get to Fox Sports too. Hmm. Let me see if I can figure that out. Let's adjust this a little bit too. Yeah, it's a little brutal. Hmm. I do still have that banner option. Maybe that's what we need to do so we can run both score lines. Maybe I could give that a go. Whoops, that's not right. I'll mess with it in between games. We'll make this a little better for everybody. I'm out of practice. How are the tanks? The tanks are good. The one behind me is had a minor crash, and I lost some livestock, which stunk. I lost my two most expensive fish, and then a nice school I had. So I'm kind of getting back to basics. I went and stocked some snails, a little more cleanup crew to try and readjust. Uh, the crash happened because the power head had failed, so I wasn't getting enough flow in the tank and hadn't realized. and the lack of oxygen, I think, killed the bigger fish. So now I'm just kind of holding steady on what's in there. So it's a little thin. Population's a little thin in there right now, but uh, I'm just trying to get parameters just right. Really kind of hit the reset button, and then I'm gonna restock again. So probably if things go my way, I'm probably looking at restocking in the spring, and that should get me to where I need to be back to fish levels. And in the meantime, I'm trying to fix that power head so I don't have to buy a new one. It's an expensive power head. I bought a smaller version to get me by, but it's maintaining current livestock. It's not giving me enough oxygen to take that next step. So then I have a coral in there that's just absolutely exploding. So the coral life is doing really well. The fish that are in there are doing really well, but just had a bit of a setback. But it's still fun. I wouldn't change the aquarium stuff or anything. It's been fun. Luke's in the chat. What's up, Luke? Man, the crew is all back together. I saw Juan in here earlier. Rudy, Luke. This is the OGs of the channel. Ooh, almost had it. Yeah, these games should be fairly predictable today. I mean, New Zealand, I think, has shown really well for their first ever World Cup, but I just can't see them getting a result today against Kazakhstan. And Kazakhstan needs the points more than they do, I believe, as well. Let me double check that. Yeah, because they're currently second. They're tied on points with Spain. They should be a lock through, even if worst case scenario something catastrophic happened today for them. They should make it through as the best third place team. But tomorrow is where the really good games happen. You've got Ukraine and Afghanistan, and Afghanistan's been wild to watch. A ton of fun. And then you got Angola and Argentina, which should be fairly clear cut. Or excuse me, that's later today. We'll be watching the Angola Argentina match. But tomorrow's a big one, guys. If you come back for the stream tomorrow, we'll do the same thing, and we'll have at the 8:30 a.m. match Morocco versus Portugal, which is just insane. That's finals, semifinals level match that we're getting in a group stage, which is really cool. In the meantime, Tajikistan will be facing Panama. And then our second game that we'll be watching here will be France versus Iran, which should be another really good match. France is playing really, really well in their first ever World Cup. And Iran, of course, is Iran. They're always good. And then while that's going on, we'll see Venezuela and Guatemala playing in the background. So I just saw a statistic go by. This was a couple shots ago now, but looked like Spain had 15 attempts on goal already. Libya hasn't taken a single shot on goal. So it's going to be, I think, a lot of this for this match where we're just really watching the Spain team do drills. We're getting really spoiled this year, guys. This is a great lead into the U.S. futsal season. We're going to get all this insanely high level futsal, and then we'll be back to our own devices. Throw a poll up in the chat. Who you guys got? I think it's going to be pretty clear cut, but chance? Or did anybody? Melado with the goal. Looks like Kazakhstan got their first goal of the game, too. So they're up 1-0 on New Zealand in the 10th minute. So equivalent score lines for both. Spain quickly back in control, too. Ooh, that's a bad giveaway. That should be... Yep. There's goal number 2. Yeah, this is gonna be tough for... And it's 2-0 in the Kazakhstan-New Zealand match now, too. They must be radioing each other and sending... Oh, Libya, wow. First shot of the game for them, but long-range effort right at the keeper. No test. It's the actual... for me, the quality of the look in the arena, the quality of the play, all very, very high. I just wish the lead up to it, they showed a little more care. It's where we're still struggling. I've also really liked that they've treated this the way it should be during production, as they would with a World Cup outdoor too. They keep showing the standings here on the last day, where everything sits, giving us updates on what's going on in the other game. That stuff for me, it's the little things that add up and make you feel important and feel good. And I hope that there's some kind of wave that comes off of this. I don't know. We obviously don't see as big of an impact with us being a bit of a niche sport as outdoor does. You know, outdoor game sees things like boosts in those countries, boost even in other countries that participated in their youth participation in the sport, things like that. Even see a population bump for the World Cup winners with the celebrations afterwards, which is hilarious. You mean they're playing on an actual surface and not painted cement? Oh, yes. You're right. You know, I know the US hasn't done anything to earn the right to host a CONCACAF Champions match, but you go down to Nicaragua and it's just concrete. Like, why are we there? And the short answer is CONCACAF doesn't care, but Have some standards, for goodness sakes. I've been Luke, I don't know how you feel about this, but I wanted to do a video on just kind of the lack of care and attention and who's really at fault for it leading up to this, especially after that poster that the FIFA put out, and it was all outdoor players and not any actual futsal players on the poster. I kind of feel like FIFA's really the problem at the very, very top. If they're not holding up the standards that they require, then why should anyone else care? Why would CONCACAF or UEFA or AFC care? Which in turn, why do the FAs care? Really comes from the top. It's from the leadership. I might still do that video. What poster? Oh, you here we go. This is something we could show on stream. Let's see if I can find it. You guys are gonna hear some. So they posted about the Futsal World Cup coming up, and the ad was just awful. Let me just pull it up instead of stumbling through it. Here it is. All right, Luke. Got too many windows open. You guys are gonna cringe when you see all these tabs, but all right, let's blow this up. You guys don't need to look at me. The game that helped develop some of futsal's biggest stars takes center stage in Uzbekistan. And then we've got Neymar, Ronaldo, Messi, all these guys on a futsal court. Name the last time you saw these guys play futsal. Like this implies that these guys started out playing futsal at this level before they went pro. It's just such a bad take. It's so bad. Put some futsal stars on there. This should be Farrell. This should be Zicky. I mean, this is the things that are just constant missteps. And then anytime that we're pitching this as a developmental tool, we're holding it back. This is never going to grow this way. Hey, come watch this developmental game. No, why would I do that? Like, if you're new to futsal, if you don't know what it is, why would I do that when I can watch the big stars? Like right now, this is competing with the Premier League, La Liga, League One, all these big outdoor games where these guys are actually playing. And you want to tell them, hey, watch the up and coming stars. And that's not even true. I just don't understand. I don't know if an intern put that together. I don't know who signed off on it. I don't understand. I really don't. So bad. Yes. It's just a massive misstep. Like, it goes back to like who's taking care of futsal, and the answer is not many. Even FIFA, who owns the right to it, and you don't have anywhere else to go because their pockets are so deep. We're kind of stuck with this. AMF and FIFUSA are just in a civil war right now, and they're disorganized as hell. They're worse. There's a big tournament going on in Colombia right now that they've branded as FIFUSA because there's a group of people within AMF that are trying to split off. And so this is kind of like a tournament to see if they can actually do it. And I will give them credit. They've got ads on there. Ooh, that was almost beautiful chip for Spain. They're funding it. They're doing ads. They're giving it their all. But you look and see the level of quality compared of players compared to this and everything. It's just they don't have the depth and the resources to compete. And going down that road means you need someone separate from your soccer or football associations as well to make it successful. Because if it's not FIFA sanctioned, why would the FAs participate? Like, why would they waste their time and money? They're already not that interested, most of them. So that's going to make it worse. So now you're relying on a fresh organization at a national level as well to participate in that international contest. What a goal. Wow. Third goal is beautiful. Off a deflection, scoops up the deflection, puts it in from about the 10-meter mark. Cortez, nicely handled. Spain's played very defensively this World Cup, so it's which is crazy to see what their shot attempts and things have been against teams like New Zealand and say that, but they're pretty defensive minded. Kazakhstan's up 3-0 as well as an update there, so 3-0 across the board. Ooh, Luke, good find. Good find. Yeah, to wrap up that FIFA thing and kind of the disappointments leading up to this, all I can say is if you guys are futsal fans or interested, make sure you're supporting futsal people. You know, I'm a big fan of Last Letter. You should go check him out. He's on TikTok. He's been streaming the games there. He can't this weekend because he's working, but I've been watching a lot of the games in his streams. Not even watching on Fubo. Um, or if there's a match that he's watching on Fox Sports Plus that's more exciting than whatever's on Fubo, I've been flipping over, trying to flip back and forth. Um, and he says the same thing. Support in the game to build this thing up. I think, and I think that we need to support our local organizations and prove that there's a demand for it. I think it all comes down to that root: is we got to force these guys further up the ladder to acknowledge us. And then if they don't, at that point, we'll have the built up infrastructure to hopefully do something about it. That's the hope. 40 attempts on goal for Spain. There's 41. Wow. Great save. Sounds good, Luke. Yeah, it's early your way. Get some coffee in there. I'm about halfway through. I'm getting nervous here. I might need to get some more. Libya's had a couple chances to counter that they've not capitalized on. Whew. Wow, that is a shot and a half. Wow, wow, wow. Starting to run away with it now. I mean, what can Libya do? What I think they really need to do is once they get a hold of the ball, they got to take care of it. They're kind of giving it away instantly the minute they get it. Wow. It's just crazy that they're matching the score goal for goal almost identically. Great save from the Libya keeper. Wow. That took some work. I think that was hitting the crossbar, but what an effort. We got a Spain timeout here. So between Kazakhstan and Spain, they're not going to know who their opponents are for the round of 16 after today. They're going to have to wait and see some other results, but we'll at least see where they fall in the bracket. I believe whoever wins this group, uh, they would face either the third place team, one of the best third place teams, and then whoever gets second would face whoever's top of group E. Let me see. Yep, group E. So that would be either Portugal or Morocco. So Kazakhstan and Spain are going to want to make sure that they do everything they can. I don't think you're going to see them let off of the gas on the goal differential for that reason. They're going to want an easier way out, get that third place team. So otherwise, you're facing either Portugal or Morocco after results tomorrow, and that's a mountain to climb. That's for sure. Yeah, Luke, I think so. And then just the fact that you can't rest on your laurels in this one because you're tied on points with Kazakhstan. They're going to be doing everything they can to put themselves in a position to possibly steal first. Oh, magic spray. We got some magic spray out for Libya. Yeah, see, like, give Libya credit. They're fighting like crazy trying to dig out of this, but they get a steal and then they give away the first pass. They got to relieve some pressure. Okay, let's see if this goes better. Yep. They got the pass off that time, but immediately run into a defender. I saw you posted on the Discord that Costa Rica stole on the other. Yes, they did. So Costa Rica, I said this in a last letter stream while I was watching him. I didn't think CONCACAF was going to come away with more than 3 points from this tournament. They're going to end up coming away with 4. And then if Guatemala beats Venezuela today or ties, then they get 5. So I was proved wrong on that. But the the rest of the world is just so tournament for CONCACAF. But Costa Rica did find a way. It was a back and forth match. They had the first goal. Then Uzbekistan went up, I think, 2-1. Then it was 2-2. Then it was 3-2. Then Uzbekistan had just a really bad second yellow card that was unnecessary from one of their players. Instant regret. The kickoff they score or excuse me, the free kick Costa Rica scored on. There's about 7:10 left on the clock. And Uzbekistan instantly flew their keeper to try and make up the goal difference for the 4-3. And after that, it just kind of went away. Their fifth attacker didn't look very comfortable. I don't think he had a lot of experience in that position. He kept looking back at the bench, kept looking back at the coach, wasn't really focused on the court. And I've noticed teams do this a lot, and I think there's another goal for Spain. Snuck it in the bottom corner. I think that I see this a lot in futsal. You're so used to being a team of 4, and you end up in that fifth attacker position and you don't know how to rotate, or you don't feel comfortable with how to rotate because it does change a little bit. And so I notice teams get really, really static. And I'm not the most tactically intelligent person when it comes to futsal. I certainly enjoy it and I know the news behind it, hence the nature of this channel. And I'm trying to learn the tactics of it. But I just think the lack of exposure to that fifth attacker position, a lot of teams don't feel comfortable with it. But the guys were just kind of sitting around. They kind of got tunnel vision. Uzbekistan were kind of just beating their heads against a wall. And all Costa Rica really had to do was ride it out. But the crowd was amazing. Real good for CONCACAF that Costa Rica got those points. They'll probably make it through to the round of 16. Um, Actually, they really should. It would take some really weird statistics for that not to happen. But at least someone from CONCACAF will make it through. So that's good for CONCACAF, but bad for business, I think, because you've lost your home crowd now. It was extremely loud, extremely passionate, and was an easy gate. When you think about the business side of this and having butts and seats, Uzbekistan getting knocked out, ultimately getting last place in their group, which I would have never expected. I thought they'd at least get second. But they just really, really struggled this tournament. They had a couple injuries in the lead up during their friendlies that really hurt them. Uh, and this group is a little bit older, so now they gotta in this next cycle kind of rethink their roster in a lot of ways for the next 4-year cycle. It could be a much different look. How's that talent look? There's just a lot. Just a lot that they're gonna have to now recreate. And there was probably a bit of a miss there for another goal. Wow, with 10 seconds left, Spain finds one more to punch in. Who was that? Put that in. Phew. Off the inside post. Wow. Holy moly. Catella with his second in a row. Okay, video support here. They might take it back. I don't know. Yeah. This video support thing's been very interesting. No goal. They took it away. Yeah, I mean, he got a pretty good stomp on the ankle there on the defensive effort. Yeah, no ball on that. And a little push. So we stay at 5-0. All right. Yeah, Luke. So Paraguay, Netherlands, Brazil, and Thailand are through. Croatia, they're third place in Group B. They might sneak through. They've only got a -1 goal differential, but when you're looking at Group C, Ukraine should win today. So that's going to probably push them down. Halftime. Here we go. Five-zero at half. Yeah, let's pull the standings up while we're at halftime. So Costa Rica should make it through, is a fourth place. Croatia's on the bubble. I bet they don't make it. I don't know. But if Libya gets thumped like it looks like they're going to, that's going to help Croatia a ton. And then unless something here happens, I mean, -3 going into the weekend and -8 on goal diff. Croatia's got to feel a little bit better. Brazil with the +25 goal differential. Yeah. A lot of that came from the Cuba match. They just thumped Cuba. I think they beat Croatia 7-0. Let's double check that. Yeah, they beat Thailand 9-1, which is pretty big deal. Thailand looked good first half. Second half, I don't know what happened, but they just completely fell apart. This was interesting to me. Portugal beating Tajikistan only by 1. Kind of interesting. So as we go into the weekend, these guys sneak away with a result. And then this was also another very interesting one for me. Argentina only beating Afghanistan 2-1. Can't sleep on Afghanistan. I was watching them in the AFC. I haven't gotten to watch them yet for this tournament, the way work schedule and how it's airing worked out for me. But they looked really, really good at AFC. They fought like crazy. They don't give up. They've got a really good mentality, and they're a young crew. Lot of upside, a lot of positive upside for Afghanistan. So Costa Rica, really the only team out of CONCACAF pulling points. Tajikistan keeping up with Morocco for the most part too. And those are all interesting results from people who aren't really getting any attention right now because of all the other sexier storylines of these other. Brazil going to run away with the cup? I don't know. I'm not sure. They've kind of got a weak group. Thailand was their closest competition, I think, and obviously they didn't stand up. Here's the 10-0 that started the tournament. They blanked Cuba, made them look silly. Yeah, it's a good question, Luke. Sorry guys, this is probably giving you. Where are we? Here we are. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure I'm on the Brazil train yet. I think they're going to advance very far in this. But I think Portugal and Morocco look better considering their competition. I don't think Spain's going to make it very far. I don't know. There's just something going on with Spain. I can't put my finger on it. Argentina doesn't look. I mean, they've had some good moments, but that match against Afghanistan kind of exposes them for having some problems. They're an older group. They've really not added any youth to the squad from what they've done in the last few years, and I think that their friendlies leading up to this World Cup were not very convincing. France looked like a contender the other day. There's a lot of opportunity for some upsets and some interesting results going into these knockout stages. I don't think Costa Rica makes it out of the round of 16 regardless. They just don't quite have that killer thing in the final third that we're used to seeing from them this tournament. I think Uzbekistan kind of gifted them that win yesterday. Portugal going to put up competition, but I gotta love the Samba boys. Yeah. No, Brazil's good. I guess Croatia's kind of an underrated team I guess when you think about the competition in Group B. They held their own. Um Ukraine probably could be showing up a little stronger than they are. But man, I just don't know. I'm not sure. Brazil's got a lethal squad. You look at like Willian in the goal. Ferral looks back from his injury. I mean, he looked really good in that match against Thailand. So it's going to be interesting. it's going to be interesting to see how this all shakes out. Here, let's look at one more thing. I think if I go to scores and fixtures, I can pull the bracket. No, no, I cannot. It's understandings then. Love my ties, but they don't have a deep run in them. Nah, I don't think so either. And they're looking at playing the second place team from Group F. I mean, they might sneak out into a quarterfinal, but I wouldn't be betting money on them in today's day and age of parlays and FanDuel. And yeah, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be a tough one for Thailand. Paraguay's got a pretty good draw. They were able to, even after losing yesterday, they were able to hold on to first place, and so I think they've got a favorable draw to make it through to the quarter. The Dutch face second place of Group C, which I think is our round of matches at 11 o'clock today. So who is that? That's either, well, that could really be anybody. It's going to be a tough one. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Yeah, still waiting for that first sponsor, aren't we, Luke? I don't think we're there yet. Yeah, this is going to be interesting, guys. Brazil's got a nice easy draw. Where it's going to get tough for them is that quarterfinal. This is where I wonder about Brazil, because they're going to face, well, one of Group F. I guess that could be favorable, but unlikely. I mean, Iran should lock that up. I think that's going to be an instant classic right there, is if these two guys make it through in the quarter. But yeah, it's going to be a wild one, guys. This has been a good World Cup so far, good results. I've really enjoyed the action. I can't wait to see what else comes from this. I'm really excited. A lot of good stuff going on in futsal right now. Support. If we could get just a little more support, I think that could be a catalyst for something special. Quarters is going to be the real battles. Yeah, definitely. Well, and tomorrow too. That I'm really excited for our watch party. It's going to be final worthy. I would not be surprised if those two end up seeing a rematch. Love to see Morocco win this thing and see someone other than the usual four. See someone outside of UEFA or South America win it for a change. I think Morocco is your best hope for that. But they've had a couple changes in their roster last minute too that have kind of changed the dynamic of that game, that team. And their defense is sometimes suspect. And if there's anything we've learned from these first few days, this first week, I guess, of action, is the mistakes have been absolutely killer to teams. Absolutely killer. We've seen a lot of that was a big problem for Uzbekistan yesterday. They were trying to do those long cross-court passes, and they just got murdered by Costa Rica on that. So many turnovers in the middle third. If you guys are in the chat and you haven't already, maybe you're not a part of the Discord community we have, go check out our Discord. Links in the description. Like, subscribe if this is content you're enjoying. We'll do it more often. I think in future, I might try and do some random evening streams of games if we can catch a later stream of something in Argentina or Brazil or wherever we find it. I don't typically do morning streams like this, but it's a World Cup. Got to do it. So normally I'm watching the kiddos at this time on a weekend, but my wife was very gracious in allowing me to do this today. So, and tomorrow. What a trooper she is. And then next week's the AGM for FCS. So she's making a lot of sacrifices. Shout out Mrs. Jake. That's right. Rudy's met her. He's got a unique position within the community here that he's one of the few that have met Mrs. Jake. The only one, I think. I don't think Luke has either yet, have you? Or Juan. Yeah, Mrs. Jake is pretty she she's pretty understanding. Puts up with a lot. Yeah, Luke, we gotta figure that out. We gotta get the missuses on a trip. We gotta figure out that'll be the hard part is selling it as a futsal trip. It's usually where I lose Mrs. Jake. Although I did catch her in a moment of weakness back in 2021, 2022. It was whenever the first FCS series was. I somehow, I still don't know how I did this. It was a complete mistake. I wish I knew what I did so I could recreate it. Somehow got her to go to Lansing and watch a Lansing City game. This is someone who never watched an Akron Vulcans game when they were around, which is 20-minute drive from the house. And I somehow got her to drive 3.5 hours with me with a baby to watch a Lansing City game. So again, wish I knew how I did that. Should have been paying more attention to myself and my strategy. And speaking of FCS, if you guys would like, we should probably talk about this. We have a little game we've done here on the channel before for the NFPL called the Predictions League. This is a fun little game that I stole from a friend in England, who I should probably give credit to. Mark. Mark, what was your last name? I'm trying to find you here. Predictions League hype. Yeah, Ben's Rudy's in it. Luke's in it. I'm in it. I don't know if that's a conflict with my current position with FCS. If anything, it might make it better because I might be able to get you guys things like injury reports and stuff, and we can make more intelligent decisions. But the Predictions League, to explain it, is an opportunity for fans to interact within our community. With FCS streaming for the first time this year, we're going to be following along. The fans will be able to predict, guess who's going to win the game in each match. And then there's going to be pull up an example because I'm already prepped for this season. So I'm kind of excited about it. Give me a minute to find it here. Absolutely a conflict, but we don't care. Well, that's because I haven't won. You guys know I'm pretty bad. I started out in first place about halfway through the NFPL season when we did this 2 years ago. And I want to say it was me and you, Rudy, right? Or you, me, and or no, Rudy was in last place to start, and I think he ended up in second at the end, which just shows how exciting it can be. Yeah, here, let's do this. Okay. I'm going to show you guys kind of how this works. Let me check where we're at on time for this game so we don't miss any game time. Actually, we're already back. We'll do this in between games. Let's put a pin in that. And then Luke brought up a good point. Maybe I can figure out a way. The game in Discord. Let me know if that's working, guys. I did okay for a while, then I dropped one game and never recovered. Yeah, the end of that season for the predictions league got really competitive. Um, Jack Bryan over in Leicester in England, he ended up winning, and he kind of floated at the top the whole time. I can't remember where that turning point was. I think Joy Athletic dropped a game they weren't supposed to that kind of screwed up the whole table, and Jack picked the other way. And after that, he had us on the. It came down to the extra points on the underdog. Yeah, Luke, I think you and I were tied for first for a bit. There was like six of us playing. Rudy just missed first. I think that'll be a fun way to get the community involved, and it's not. They keep coming up. It's not FanDuel, but since I'm working with FCS this year, I'm trying to. When I go to the AGM next week, I'm going to try and figure this out. I'm going to try and come up with a potentially valuable prize for the winner if the winner's in the US. If you guys are outside out to put a little bit on the line, some small prize. Uh, Hopefully, keep people interested. All right, let's take a look here. Whew. Kazakhstan got down to business to start their group. They're up 7-0. Holy smokes. Libya looks a little calmer here to start their second half, but they're still sloppy passes still that they're dealing with. Awesome. Yeah, if you're feeling up to it, that'd be huge. That's gonna be the exciting thing. So we've got FCS has their AGM Saturday, and I'm actually going up to Lansing for it. Going to get to meet with all the through is getting that production piece down and figuring that out. That's the hardest part is which is one of the talking points that I'm going through with the league right now internally is okay, what resources can we throw at this in year one? Popping up the stream for the first we're already popping up the stream for the first time in the league's history. It's a traditional regular season for the first time. There's a lot of firsts. So how much are we going to take on in year one? With the help of the community, if it's there, then let's do as much as we can while people have buy-in. I think that's important. And I think so many people in the futsal community were, for lack of a better term, outraged by the result at CONCACAF. That we have everyone's attention right now. Now's the time to do something big. And that was kind of the theme of the summer. I ultimately ended up talking to principals at all three of the leagues, Superliga, NFPL, FCS. It's a very interesting summer. I learned a lot from all those guys as far as how they operate, what their mindset is, where things stand with U.S. futsal, and its fragility. I would say, I think a lot of fragility was exposed over the summer. I've been tempted to do a video about it and kind of just talk about some of the things I heard, but at the same time, I'm really big on transparency. I think that's something that's missing from our community, but I'm not sure it's appropriate for me to be sharing some of that stuff just yet. Um, I'm really, really grappling with that. I don't know how to handle what I know. I think it's important. This is think about the number of fans that were in the NFPL streams last year that were under the impression that this was a professional league, and it's not. And I think there's a misconception that just because there is a top league in a country, it's pro and should have professional standards, and we're nowhere near that. Nowhere near it. And that's not a knock on NFPL for clarity. That is the entire futsal community in the US. We are nowhere near that level. Whew. Spain still looking for that 6. Spain's really been controlling the second half so far, but feels like they're playing a little slower, almost like they're going through, almost like they're kind of going through the paces. There it is again. Bad first pass on a counter opportunity for Libya. There's just no venom in this Libya team right now. They need to figure something out. With the exception of Morocco, unsurprisingly, the African teams have definitely been struggling this tournament. Libya pulled up the win against New Zealand. Angola doesn't look bad. They just yeah, guys, this is if you guys want to join our Discord community, you can watch the game there. It is under the Pivo channel. We've got Luke, if you're watching there, do you mind just let me know if anything goes sideways? I just want to make sure I'm reacting to things. If not, I'm really not. Let's do this. I'm going to add a link here so anybody that comes in has an easy. Why isn't this working? Let's do this. Okay, there we go. Should look a little better. Post and pin. Bingo. All right. We're looking like a real stream now. How about that? I think that the Group D is pretty well sewn up at this point. Wow, that's a nice goal. Milado, I think that's a hat trick for him. Or would that be Mellado? Miguel Mellado. Yeah, that is a hat trick for him, I believe. Hey, 6-0. Kazakhstan up is still up 7-0. They got about 12 minutes to go. Real boy. That's awesome, Luke. "32 attempts on target to 3. Is that this half? That can't be the whole game. Wow. Spain almost gets another. It's just out of sorts. Completely out of sorts. There it is. 7-0. Easy counter. Libya arguing with each other instead of playing defense. Big miss on the Spain kits. I'm not a fan of the white and Yoma. Homa. I don't mind Homa. They typically, I like their shoes. I will say that. Uh, yeah, these kits, I don't know. I'm not a fan of the white. I don't know if this is an alternate kit. I don't think I've ever seen it before. I'd pick one of those up. So both games are 7-0. Wow, wow, wow. Looks like we got maybe a, hopefully not a pulled calf. Hopefully that's just this break in the action brought to you by. Yeah, this should lock up Group D at this point. I mean, we got 11 minutes to go, but New Zealand's not gonna, and Libya both. I mean, they're not playing at a level where they're gonna be double-digit matches already. Brazil opened up with a 10-0 win over Cuba. I think we saw one other one. We've seen a few 9-point games. Thailand put 10 in against Cuba as well, 10-5. Portugal put 10 in Panama. Iran put 9 in against Guatemala. Brazil put 9 in against Thailand. I mean, we've seen some crazy high scoring matches. Kazakhstan's at 8-0 right now with 10 minutes to go. Ooh, wow, wow. Ooh, is he outside of the box? I think that Angolan goalkeeper's outside of the box on this punch. Oh, he definitely is. Ooh, he got away with one there. Oh no, not they called it. Okay, I thought they were calling that out of bounds. Sorry guys, I got the commentator muted because I want to be able to hear the stream quality here. New Zealand going to do a great haka, and that might be the end for them. The hakas are awesome. Yeah, handball for sure. Handball for sure. Nice little, ooh, nice footwork. Done anything to, they've really not done anything to break through. Something's got to happen here for them. Great shot. There we go. They're taking way better. They're trying to counterattack, but they just don't have the speed. Spain seems to be almost feels twice as fast as them on every counter. Choking them out on the sideline. Pushing my luck with Mrs. Jake, trying to see if I can get a donut. Hey, I'm gonna stream for a few hours and leave you with the kids. Also, can I have a donut? Guys, you don't get anything if you don't ask. All right. If you don't take anything else from the stream. So you can't catch a fish without having a hook in the water, you know? I don't know if that's a Jakeism or if somebody said that before and I just remember it. I don't know. My 3-year-old daughter is picking out a donut for me when they go to the donut shop. Luke, I agree. They've not done anything to take care of the ball. Like these guys, I'm curious what their pass completion percentage is at the moment because I question how many passes they've actually made, and I question all right, sorry guys, I just talked through I had to mute through that goal, but 8-0. My daughter was yelling goodbye. 9-0, by the way, for Kazakhstan as well. A couple of high scores here. Stats. FIFA's website. That would be daunting for whoever had to do that anyway. I get why. It would be interesting to know. 83 attempts on goal for Spain. 3 for Libya. I don't understand how these attempts on goal statistics work though, because 83 attempts, but the on-off target is 38 to 20, which is only 58. Which is still nuts. What dignifies an attempt on goal to get it that high? And then on-off target. So if it's deflecting off of a defender, is that not counting towards the on-off target statistic? It must be. That's all I can think of. If someone more intelligent than me knows, chime in. Volley? Ooh. Nowhere near. PC might not be able to handle it. Might have to make some changes here, guys. Can pull this to another device and still do it, and you guys can enjoy the games. Man. Squared plus B squared equals C. Yeah, that's right. Great kick save from the Libyan keeper there. 6 minutes to go. Kazakhstan has 5 minutes to make it a double-digit win. Interesting. I think we got a timeout here. Yep, Libya timeout. 6:13 on the clock. I'd like to see them at least not get blanked. All right. Where do we go from here? Man, if they drew up a play out of that, that was a wasted timeout. Yeah, Luke, I agree. They look awful. Awful, awful. Kazakhstan up 10-0. They find that coveted double-digit win. About 3 minutes left. Yeah, Libya's a mess. Not a fair showing for Libya compared to how they did it African Cup of Nations, I don't think. But obviously much different competition there than here. You know, Kazakhstan, always a top team. Spain, always a top team. And New Zealand, I mean, the competition within their region to prepare them for this. So if you're not, you really can't go off of that and know, you know, how you're going to do. And your face, it's New Zealand and Solomon Islands, and after that, there's really no one that's competitive in futsal in my mind that I could think of off the top of my head. And ooh, that's unfortunate for the Libyan player. I don't know how you guys feel watching this, especially my American viewers. If you guys caught any of the CONCACAF Championship, I don't know about you, but I can see such a massive gap in the way these other teams are playing compared to how CONCACAF teams. Looks like we got a cramp here. Spain, if you're Spain, you got to figure just ride this game out, right? Protect your players going into the next round where it really matters. They're still looking for it, still playing really hard. And futsal's a hard game to slow down. So I understand. But at the same time, I'm really shocked that they haven't maybe sat back here for the end of this game and maybe gone through some defensive paces. You saw Brazil do that in their last match. They got to a point where there was really no reason to press anymore, and you could see they were clearly working through some defensive paces against Thailand. Obviously, had no interest in making an offensive push. Oh, corner kick for Libya. Haven't seen much of this. Only their second corner. There is zero care of the ball. My goodness. Not going to be a memorable end for Libya in this World Cup. Against Spain, you knew you had an uphill battle, of course, but wow. I mean, everything feels panicked and rushed by them. Dangerous free kick here, right around the 10-meter mark. Man, Spain pulling up several times here to end this match with what appears to be cramping or something, but not a good sign as you're about to get into the business end of this tournament. They have some time to cover, but again, why risk it? Slow this game down, go through some defensive paces, maybe. I don't know. But with Libya being literally threatless this entire game, you got to feel like this is a good chance to kind of relax. This is the best string of passes they've put together all game. All right, so that Kazakhstan match has ended. Or actually, they're in their final minutes still. But not quite enough goals to get that goal differential they need to steal first. So likely Kazakhstan will be facing the winner of Group E if this result holds, which it should. Oh, thanks, Luke. Appreciate it. Excuse me, guys. Sorry. Bingo. Yes. I don't know what's wrong with that. Hey, there it is. Hey, like that. See a few people coming into the channel. If you guys are looking for the match, so feel free to jump into our Discord community if you're looking for a way to watch the match. It is in the Pivo channel on the Discord. So once you join our Discord, scroll down to the voice channels, and I am screen sharing the match there where you can enjoy the here on YouTube. Get the word out. We're doing a little watch party here. Little watch companion, I guess you can. Getting really pissed. Yeah, this is a walk in the park for Spain. I mean, now they're starting to their string of passes from Libya again. Till there. There's they're getting more passes together, but a lot of just unnecessary giveaways this game for Libya. Forcing themselves into positions they don't need to be in. And good effort by the Libyan goalkeeper putting his head in with the feet there with the boots. Kazakhstan, New Zealand is officially over according to the FIFA website, so that ended 10-0. Kazakhstan secures second place. Then Spain will have first, Kazakhstan will second. Libya still has a chance to make it through, but unlikely because their goal differential is going to be nutty after this. It should be -9 after this. So that's good news for Croatia. If I'm, it's just a matter of by how much. Does it end up being a close match? If they have a runaway win against Panama, then I think Croatia's out too. You probably see Costa Rica, actually potentially Ukraine or Afghanistan, Tajikistan. It might still be okay on goal difference. Minute to go. Yeah, of course, Ben. No problems at all. No worries at all. Or we can pause and come back. 99 attempts on goal by Spain. Holy moly. Got 30 seconds. Can we make it an even 100? Looks like they're going to ride out this clock. There it is. Spain wins 8-0. New Zealand sees their exit. Yeah, Libya ends up on -9 goal difference. That's not good. They're probably done. I'll tell you what, let me for those of you that may be interested, I'll show you here the how the predictions league works really quick. If you guys are interested in doing that with FCS, anyone that's just joining the chat, we were talking about a fun little game that I stole from Mark over in England. Let me screen share this here. So what we do is we bring the fans together that are interested to predict who's going to win each game each week during the regular season. And since FCS is streaming for the first time this year, I thought it'd be fun to try and do it with them. So these are the 4 people we have so far that have decided to participate. Week 1, we only have 1 game, so pretty easy. Jenga versus Detroit Imperial at Detroit Imperial. So we make our pick, and Luke picks Detroit, Rudy picks Jenga, and Birmingham picks Jenga. If that were the case, what we do is we take our aggregate. So we had one tally for Detroit and 3 for Jenga. And you see here we get a multiplier. It should be by 4. Excuse me. That's left over from last season. So let's say that Detroit wins this match. This would actually not be negative. This is a mistake in my algorithm, actually. I apologize. But in this case, since Luke picked correctly, he would get, and he picked against the crowd, he would actually get an extra 3/4 of a point for his efforts. So not only does he get the point correct in the standings, but he gets what we call an outsider score of 0.75. So his total score would be 1.75. And then we would be at 0. I got to figure out why this is doing this. I'll play with that off screen. These would just be 0. You guys wouldn't get negative points for guessing wrong. But at the end of the season, let's say Luke and Rudy are tied. We would go to the outsider points to see who had the highest outsider score, predicting the underdogs, to decide that tiebreaker. So your probability percentage is 25% bonus. This is actually a little goofed up from my NFPL one. I'll have to rework this. But if you look at Luke's column here, this is the crux of it. Now, if it was in reverse, and Jinga won, then you would see here the difference is 1. This should actually be 0. Yeah, I messed up this column here. I'll have to rework this, actually. I'll do a video that actually shows this better for you guys. I'm sorry. That's actually a good test run. So what we'll do is I'll put out a little video on how this works with everything, with the columns actually working correctly. But if you guys are interested in participating in that and trying your best at predicting the games correctly and us having a potentially valuable prize at the end, and that's something I'm absolutely willing to do for everyone. Legit, never seen them play. Yeah, Luke's comments are correct. They're pretty scrappy. A lot of passion. I would refer to them as having that classic Detroit toughness. They play very physical. They're very passionate. Sometimes they get into some trouble for that, where they've had some disciplinary issues with card suspensions. Their results in NFPL last season kind of highlight that. They ended up mid-table, and a lot of that was because they probably didn't get results they should have because they were dealing with yellow card suspensions. Bad boys. Yeah, for sure. They definitely have a lot of passion for the game. They've picked up a couple of players over the offseason. They play a lot. One of the things they take a lot of pride in, if you talk to them, is the fact that they train 4 times a week. I don't think anybody else at the amateur level is doing that right now. They did win FCS last season, that last series, but they ended up. It's going to be curious this season. FCS has a lot of firsts, streaming for the first time. We're doing a regular season for the first time. We're taking our second stab at having a 6-team field. Last season, it didn't work. Unfortunately, FCS lost 3 teams halfway through that turns out they weren't fully committed. And unfortunately, that was a bad look, but still kind of going off that series vibe. Now we're kind of making things official as a season and a playoff and Olay. Those are 2 teams that have a lot of history. They're dependable. They have longevity. Much better ads than the teams that FCS has added in the past. So I think that's why everyone's a little more hyped up this year, is they really make this thing take off. So that's exciting. A team from Ohio for the first time in Jenga. We've not seen that yet in FCS. So that's kind of the outlier geography-wise, is all the way down in southern Ohio, about a 5-hour drive from the rest of the teams. So Jenga's going to have to deal with that this year. All their away games are going to be long drives. But also it's a long drive for everybody else to come to them. So how does that impact that home court advantage when they have their home games? That's going to be interesting. Heavy schedule. Their schedule's very heavy on the front of the season. Pull it up. We can look at that while we're waiting for the next game. So opening match is November 9th in Detroit. So Rudy, you'll get to see Imperial right off the rip. This football saw a little bit of a smaller court, which I'm not a huge fan of, but we're working on that. Everybody else, though, has pretty good court sizes, so we should have some consistency there. I think you guys will like what we do for the streams, the angles, getting things right, make it very viewer friendly. But yeah, Jingo, very active in the beginning of the season. 3 games in a row, 2 of them at home at Flock Sports down in Cincinnati. This is what's interesting to me, is Jingo's going to have a really tough December schedule as well. Midwest, always very good. Grand Rapids, very good. As you guys know, NFPL champs. Detroit, FCS champs. And this is actually the same weekend. So Jingo's actually going to host Detroit on a Saturday and then turn right back around and play Jenga on a Sunday. So talk about a championship weekend for them there. That's going to be tough. Picked up a new mini tripod for my commentator cam. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Rudy, is that for when we're cutting to you during like pregame and halftime and things? Yeah, this Midwest is formerly Migos. If you guys remember Migos, if you followed FCS at all during their series, and they've got two series championships under their belt. I agree, Luke. Yeah, that'd be huge. That'd be awesome. I agree. Yeah, that was a great feature. I love that you did that. I love it. I love it. Yeah, we had so in NFPL for the playoffs, they had a guy named Garrett who did a really nice job as well, and he kind of took a similar strategy to you, Rudy, and had a little bit of time on camera for pre-post, and even did some interviews, which I thought was really cool. Love that. Love that we got people willing to get in front of a camera and create some content for futsal and are falling in love with the sport like we do. I think that's great. Analytics there going through the chat and things. Yeah, I think this is going to be really, really good. These games like this, these Grand Rapids games, whoops, these are going to be really interesting. A lot of player history on both sides of the ball in those, so that should be an instant rivalry. I think it's going to be great. I'm really excited for the season. And our AGM's coming up as well, which is really cool. Make a couple changes here, guys. See if we can make this a little better stream. Let's see if that's any better. Luke, is this looking a little better? Oh, does he? Yes. I talked to Juan very briefly and heard he was going to be back for this season, so that's exciting. Good people in Grand Rapids doing great things for futsal. There's a great community up there. Let's see what else we could do here, guys, to get things moving. And I'm a little disappointed in my spreadsheet skills that I wasn't able to show you guys that predictions league correctly. I think what I had to do last year was delete it for the columns it didn't apply to. I think I actually have the outsiders some backwards. Awesome. Thanks, Luke. Thank you. Thank you. Talking to Luke off the chat here, fixing a couple things. Yeah, it should actually be reverse, shouldn't it? Jenga should equal this divided by 4. Well, shoot, I'm going to have to play around with this prediction spreadsheet a little bit and figure out what I messed up. Yeah, Jack Bryan was the one that won last time, I remember. Yeah, so, okay, I see. When I was showing you guys that, I should have had my outsiders column blank for the teams that hadn't won, or for the people who picked incorrectly. And then I'm missing a... Aha. Okay, I figured it out. So how this should have gone, guys, when I showed you this earlier. So in this example again, let's say Jenga wins. We would get rid of this. And instead of this pulling from another column, E3, it should be just 1 minus. And then this is actually C12. So this is stuff I manually input. So when you guys are doing your predictions league, when I post results, this is something that I would manually do and then post out to you guys so you can see kind of what's going on. If you've not watched a live Grand Rapids stream, get in here. Rudy is the mic and the Ole boy. Yes. Yeah, Rudy does such a great job, guys. Seriously. The amount of research and effort he puts in goes a long way. Goes a long, long way in making things look professional for our sport in the US. It's all Google Sheets Live. That's right. All right, guys, we got about 30 minutes till the next match. I'm going to step away for just a quick moment and refresh the drink and be right back. So hang tight. We'll be right back in the stream. We'll talk some more leading into the next matches, which will be Ukraine versus Afghanistan and Angola versus Argentina. So we'll be back in just a moment. All right, guys. We are back. We are back. I wonder if I can pull Telemundo. And I wish the Ukraine Afghanistan match was the one that was being aired on FS2. All right. Oops. What do you guys think? Should we put up our poll early for the predictions? Let's do it. Let's do it. Argentina and Angola. Who's going to bring the sauce? I think it's going to be another clear-cut one, guys, but hopefully we see some crazy action. I would love to see some crazy action. I think soccer players that do not play futsal will win. Let's see here. I think Argentina will do just fine here, but I question how far they're going to make it in this tournament after. I'm not super impressed. I don't know that they make it past the quarterfinal. You got an easy third place team coming up. They'll likely face actually Costa Rica if I had to guess. I think they'll handle business there. It's going to be an interesting one for sure. Let's find some royalty-free music to play while we're waiting to hang out and just have a vibe here. See if I get this right. You're still in the chat on that. I'm shaking my camera. Clean it up here. Come on, Jake. See something here. Right. Waiting room is open. Let's see if we get some action here for our futsal. See who comes in. Start working on our score bug, getting that reset. That. There we go. I don't know if you guys happen to catch the articles FIFA put out about futsal, kind of the lead up with some of the coaches and things, but this the Angola head coach is a fella from Portugal, and he came in and basically took on the entire country for scouting. So he's been traveling Angola, which is like 10 times the size of Portugal, and trying to find the best players for the lead up for this. Really investing in the future of the sport there for those guys. I think that Angola's got a bright future if they can keep him at the helm, improve things. So refreshing. You know, I'd like to see the United States do something similar, but they won't. I don't think they have any interest in investing appropriately in someone that'll do that. But some outside influence sure would be helpful. Bring in a Portuguese up-and-coming coach, bring in a Spaniard, even someone from the East. You know, someone from maybe Indonesia or Thailand. There's some really great coaches out there right now in those leagues that could bring a culture that we so desperately need at an international level. Really need some outside influence to bring this thing to the next level, in my opinion, so that we can participate in another one of these World Cups. Less than 15 minutes to go. Getting exciting now, guys. Getting close to kickoff. I was worried. I didn't know I did not know the time difference between Uzbekistan and here, so I wasn't sure if we would see the games or not, or if they'd be in the middle of the night. Luckily, we've got a nice little morning schedule going here. It's great. Last week, those 6 a.m. games were tough, but worth getting up for. Here we go. Getting close. Once I see that they've loaded the link to Fubo, I will post it in the Discord, guys. We'll start streaming in the Discord the actual game. And I think the couple changes I made should help with some of the buffering we experienced in the last match. I mean, I'm just talking. It's not like you guys are missing out on anything. Shout in the chat there, Luke, for the link to the Discord. Thank you. Yeah, guys, check Luke's message or check out the pinned message as well. That'll get you access to our Discord channel. No cost. Just have to have the Discord app. And I'll be streaming the actual broadcast of the game there. We can't do it here on YouTube. YouTube doesn't like when you use other people's content, which understandably so. Hope that I get to a point someday where I'm protected like that. Long ways away. But I want to make sure that we're respectful of that and the TV rights, but we can stream through Discord and show some of that game. So keep an eye on that. YouTube need to up their emote game. Yes, this is where Twitch just kicks their butt. Is the chat interaction on YouTube is kind of garbage. It could definitely be better. If they would clean up little stuff like that, I think that they would surpass Twitch in a big way. You know, the statistics suggest that YouTube is ahead. But when you really look at what is streamed on YouTube, what YouTube is really used for, what YouTube themselves are focused on, that's a loaded statistic in my opinion. I think that you find that YouTube is really more concerned with competing with shorts than they are the long form content of live streams, let alone longer videos. So, you know, they've really not... They went from signing a bunch of these streamers, taking a hard right turn and going right into shorts and really just letting this side of YouTube sit. It's on the biggest search engine in the world, powered by YouTube and Google, being tied to Google the way they are. But there's no discoverability on the live stream side of YouTube, which is interesting. Whereas Twitch... You know, people are going there looking for live stream content, so that's definitely a part of it. That's definitely a component. But it's just so much easier. That For You page, the the ability to easily raid and host other channels. You know, when a YouTube live stream ends, it just ends and you get put into the abyss. You don't get to go to like content. You don't get to see a friend of the streamer's channel as a follow-up. It's a lot of misses there. And then the emote stuff too. I probably need to get on a Nightbot or Stream Elements or Streamlabs and see what we can do to spruce this up a little bit. I know it can be done, but it's just not super user-friendly compared to Twitch. We did a lot of great things on Twitch, didn't we, Luke, when we were helping Rudy and Juan? We had a lot of fun stuff going on. I'd say even TikTok's chat interaction is better. They've got a weird character limit. People aren't writing paragraphs, which I understand to an extent. But I think they have a character limit kind of similar to old Twitter. But you can do the gifting thing, you can do all this other stuff, but you can't stream on TikTok until you get to 1,000 followers, and we're nowhere near that for this channel. We'll get there someday. To be fair, I don't put a lot of effort into TikTok. I'm there for the sake of being there. I upload our YouTube shorts there, but I could probably do more. Kind of surprising. Good live platform. Yeah, it really is. What's interesting about it too, I think, Luke, I don't know how you feel about this. You're a little more out into that world than me, but you know, you could be doing your death scroll through shorts, short content, and then a live stream is recommended. So the discoverability bit again is there, and I don't think that we quite have the engine for that in YouTube yet. If they could tie all this together a little bit better, there's no reason why they should be premium streaming platform. They just don't. I think that their partnership programs are fair. I think that everything else, especially compared to the other guys, is very fair once you get to the big league, so to speak. But getting there, getting discovered is tough. And I don't know what happens with TikTok here. If the end of the year really is the end of things, or if I would imagine that gets overturned. I can't imagine that not getting overturned. All right, guys. And those Angola kits are pretty. Let me just say that. All right. Same deal as the last game, guys. I'm going to be sharing the Fubo stream of Fox Sports 2 in our Discord. So join our Discord community there. Are you guys digging the vibes, or should I kill the music while we're watching the game? What do you think? I can at least tone it down. Let's get the score bug back up. find that link to our banner. Maybe that'd be better. Show results and the live updates there so that we're not just stuck on one score bug. Where my links go for that stuff? Oh, hey, thanks, Luke. What a guy. I'm just over here stumbling through this crap. All right. We will... I'm going to pull up our old one here, or pull it up and just edit it as we go, I should say. Get rid of the score bug, do the banner. All right, guys, you guys are seeing the edits in action, but we're going to keep an eye on things here in Argentina, Angola. If you're just now joining the chat in the stream, welcome in. We're doing a bit of a watch companion, if you will, on YouTube, enjoying the Futsal World Cup. If you want to watch along the game we're following, which is Argentina versus Angola right now, join our Discord. Free app to use, and you can go to the voice channel named Pivo and find the broadcast of the game. I cannot show it here on YouTube, so that's why it's split in two places. I would like to be able to sit here and chat with you guys and not be interrupted by YouTube saying, hey, that's not your content. So that's why we're doing it this way. This. You guys will have to deal with my clicky clacks for just a minute. I'm sorry. All right, let's see if you guys like this. Give me some input. Let me know what you think. You guys see the banner? I don't think it's far enough up. That'd probably be helpful if you guys could actually physically see it, right? Not scrolling yet. Yeah, I don't know why that is happening. I see my output in the director tab. Huh. Let's try that. Aha! Okay. I think we're there, Luke. Big time professional stream here, guys. What do you think? Oops. Whoa, 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 whoa. Angola. Look at you, Angola. First blood within the first 55 seconds. Wow. That's incredible. Holy cow. This is going to be interesting, it looks. Whoa. Here they come again, and whoa! Are you kidding me? 2-0 in 2 minutes? What is happening here? What a shot. Oh, wow. Oh my goodness. What are we seeing here? That is huge. Wow. And Argentina better wake up. Angola's ready to play. Ooh. Man. Man, oh man, oh man. So remember earlier when I was saying, man, I really wish we could watch a Ukraine game instead. This might be a banger. I mean, it's still very early, but holy cow. One thing I've noticed about Angola, I see what you said, Luke, about IX. Yeah, I do remember him mentioning that keep an eye on these guys. I wasn't so sure, but they have, with the exception of that Ukraine game, they've been in every match in a lot of ways. I've noticed their goalkeeper does not appear to be a futsal goalkeeper. He lays himself out like an outdoor keeper. But the other thing with Angola, too, is they really like their one-on-one flair, it seems like, too. Oh, wow. That's a bad giveaway, too. This is very, very uncharacteristic of Argentina. something. You guys think I'm being goofy? It's just true, actually. Man, these guys got to figure it out over there. What is happening in Argentina? Ooh. That could have been dangerous. This is what I mean right here. Looking for that one-on-one. Great save that time. Argentina's not seen much of the ball, have they? I'll tell you what. This is something. Not how I expected the script to be written here. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting indeed. Very late whistle there, isn't it? Argentina don't seem to have much control right now at all. Certainly no need to panic, but... Whew, that almost snuck through. Not awake yet. Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. They're just Angola look fresh and lively. Yeah, they do. And they, from the minute the whistle blew, they came out and looked like they'd been playing and they were warmed up already. Whereas Argentina looks kind of cold. They're kind of going through the paces. I don't think they thought Angola would bring it to them like that. Awesome, Luke. I think it was that output. I changed it to 2000 and it seems to have made a huge difference on my side. I'm glad that you guys are seeing it too. Even that's just what's Argentina doing? Angola could have very easily punished them for that right there. That was a really sloppy pass. Bad communication. You guys have played together enough that stuff shouldn't be happening. Getting some good passes together now. No way. Oh, wow. Nice. Nice little goal there from Argentina. Patient, passing, probing. Little nutmeg. Nutmeg, pana, tunnel. Whatever you want to call it. 2-1. Still scoreless in the other match. We'll bring in the pace again. Oof. Yeah, the overlap's working really well for them. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely it is. Yeah, this has been pretty hot start. Excuse me. Good high press from Argentina. They're looking a lot more confident here. Ooh, good volley. Wow. Uh-oh. Oh, it has to be. Has to be. Can they punish him? Not quite. Angola's just got to be mindful here. Keep your cool. Find those breaks. Just like you did in those first 2 minutes. Can they do anything with this counter, Argentina? That speed of Angola is helping them a ton right now. They've been able to protect themselves from the counter. They've been able to create some great opportunity in those first couple minutes with that. Really good stuff. Not a bad idea, just not quite delivery there. Been a good match. Really hot start. Seen a lot of teams playing out of their depth in that first half. So I'm curious to see, does Angola keep this up for 2 halves? Do they have it in them? They're fighting for their lives. They're currently in last place. They're gonna need help from Afghanistan to swipe away that 3rd place spot from Ukraine. They got a pretty big goal differential to overcome as well. I mean, it's going to be an uphill battle, but mean, it's now or never. You got everything to play for. Hopefully that translates into a super exciting match for us. Still scoreless in the other match, too, so you need a little bit of help, but it's doable. Afghanistan and Ukraine coming out with a tie is actually the best thing for both teams. Then whatever Angola does here means nothing. Afghanistan would hold second with the tie. Ukraine would hold third. That 4 points would be critical to being one of the best third-place teams to move on. Interesting. Let's see what comes from this kick-in. Man. Went for the foul to stop the play and got himself a yellow. If that was the right call or not. Looked like he had help. If it was just a late. Maybe just a late reaction. That's the thing about instant replay too when you're watching that stuff is makes a peck on the cheek look like sexual harassment. Ooh. Oh, man. Good on the Angolan keeper to tip that off. Angola! No way! Wow! Wow, great poise. Way to keep us cool. Wow, guys, what is going on? This is what World Cups is about. This is what futsal's about. These kinds of things right here. Angola so fast. Yes. Yes. Man. A timeout after that. Interesting. Angola with the timeout after that. I wonder what the, is it a change of strategy? If so, why? Huh. I gotta update our ticker. You're right. It wouldn't be a new storyline. Special delivery. Thank you. Hey. Someone took a tax out of my donut. See what I gotta deal with here, guys? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I thought dads were supposed to take the tax. It's like a mom tax. Goodness gracious. These are from a local bakery about a half mile from our shop. Or shop, jeez, our house. The fact I don't weigh 15 more pounds than I do is actually kind of a miracle. Yeah, Luke, you're right. 3 fouls right now. 9 minutes left. Kind of a precarious position. Again? Oh, good save. And Angola just still knocking on the door. Smart of them not to lay off the gas. Wow. I did not expect this, guys. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Luke. They played a lot better defense. Whoa, ho, 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 ho. Argentina just chipping the paint off the post here this half. You're going to get sent a bill. Angola really needs a result in that Spain-Afghanistan match to have a chance here, and they're just still deadlocked. Oh, great play by Argentina. Man, they had to dig that out, didn't they? Holy Moses. Wow. I mean, the lead up to that play and the amount of effort they had to put in just to create that chance says a lot. Yeah, Luke, it really was. It was a scramble. I don't think that was anything they practiced at the home court. They all count the same, though. Oh, Argentina must have had the last timeout. I think they got the graphic wrong. Unless this is Argentina's timeout, because typically they show the timeout of whoever called it on the camera. So the graphic might be wrong now. I wonder why Sarmiento is not in the goal for Argentina, too. I just realized that. That's kind of interesting. Are they resting him? And will they continue to rest him if this is still the scoreline at half? Very interesting. Ukraine breaks the deadlock. Ooh, I almost deleted that entire line. That would have been awful. Wow. Another counter from Angola. Great defense that time. Man. Great match. Great match. This is fun. This is a fun one. Excuse me. Here we go. And they're going to have to play that back heel a lot tighter if they want that to work. Angola's speed is so impressive. You're just not going to beat them with that. You got to protect the ball a little better. Hold up. Oh, they almost got 4. Very fortunate for Argentina there. This is incredible, guys. Really good match. I'm surprised there. This is, I mean, I know I've said it several times, but not at all what I expected. Angola looking pretty crisp. Argentina's cleaned it up, but they've been on the back heel since the first minute. Been a good physical match too. Not dirty, just physical. I like that. I like that a lot. Ukraine up 2 now. 2-0 Ukraine versus Afghanistan. Whew. Ukraine, a team that's kind of underperformed, I think, compared to what people expected. I think that people thought they'd be much more competitive against Argentina than they were. I'm curious to see they can hold that scoreline with Afghanistan, because Afghanistan is never out of a match. Never out of a match. Both these teams would love to see another goal before the break. Angola would probably like a little momentum going into the locker room, and I think Argentina would like to be able to start the next half fresh at an even score line. Get a chance to reset a half and figure this thing out. What do you guys think? There it is. There it is. 3-3. A nice little play, nice little setup. And then he had all the time in the world. All the time in the world to set that up. See, this is where Angola's at a bit of a disadvantage, is their goalkeeper likes to get down and use his hands for those. If he's doing kick saves, maybe that doesn't go in. I mean, that was well placed. Take nothing away from that strike. But if he's doing a kick save, he's getting down there a lot faster, and maybe that's covered. Go. There's that back heel again. I see what they're trying to do. Angola's long legs and fast. You just gotta be more protective of the ball. You gotta line up that back heel a little better. You want to think of it like a handball, or oh my gosh, a handoff in football. You want to be doing that right as each other are crossing. Now, how often do you see handoffs in football where it's a little shovel off? I mean, that trick plays, yes, but traditional handoff, I mean, it's hands to hands, all lined up. That's how you want to do that back heel when you're doing that transition. Cute lift, just not quite enough. That's right. That's right. You know, Angola's been working on a while trying to bring in the professional league, a truly professional league in Angola. They'd be the first country in the continent to do it. And that could really change the game there. Especially with the influence of Morocco not so far away from them. Imagine those Moroccan players. Oh, another great goal. What a strike. What a strike for Argentina. Now they're looking like themselves. Wow. Great play. Good counter. Boom. Keeper kind of got caught low there, like he stumbled. He stays tall, maybe that doesn't happen. I don't mean to sound like I'm crapping on him. Because I'm not trying to do that. Looks like he maybe just lost his footing or something. So he had to start from a much lower position to get up there. Argentina, why is the Angola's tactics? Yeah. Yep. Well, and it's similar to what we see work all the time, right? Luke is trust in the process. Don't panic. Argentina didn't panic. They didn't change their strategy. They know it works. Just a matter of getting settled in and believing in each other and in the plan. And they've done that. Great play. Great play by Angola. I think, too, the high press as well has forced Angola to make some faster decisions that they really didn't have to in those first few minutes. And especially now at the end of the half compared to the beginning, that you're gonna see results from that. Holy cow. Look at this shot, guys. Just over the bar. Just over the bar. Wow. That could have been a tie game going into halftime there. Angola giving 3 unanswered goals to end the half. They don't want to do that. They want to come up with something here. Ooh, lucky there. Argentina's coach not happy about lack of out-of-bounds call there, but I don't think it was out. It didn't look completely out to me. He's way closer to it than us, though. Seconds. Can Angola do something here? Fake. Still 2-0 in Ukraine's favor in the other match. Afghanistan really wants to see a draw from that. They can get it. I think they could. I think that match is probably going to be really good. I wish we could watch it. But this is a great match, too. 2 seconds. 2 seconds and a half. Here we go. Halftime. Wow, what a roller coaster ride, huh, guys? Holy smokes. Argentina's still not happy about something. Not sure what that's all about. All right, we are at halftime, guys. What do you think? What do you think about the results? Hey, David, what's going on? Welcome, welcome. Guys, we're at halftime, but if you are just joining the stream, I cannot show the game on YouTube. They're pretty strict on how this all works with, sharing other people's content, especially something that's on television. So if you go to our Discord, if you're part of our Discord community, you can find the game there. I have taken the bullet for you guys and paid for a cable subscription to Fubo for the month. But if you go to our voice channels, under Pivo, you'll see me and Luke in there. You can see my screen share there. get you access to the game. If you are on a mobile device and can't do both, I completely understand. I'd recommend go watch the game. Don't hang out here. If you want to hang out here and you just want to chat, I'm here for it. At the end of the day, support futsal, enjoy futsal. This match has been absolutely wild. Really, really good match. And probably going to want to watch it. Argentina looked better and dominant, but Angola is still in this. They look dangerous at all times. Yes, they do. They look like they're ready to just pop off with a counterattack at any minute. And the speed they have is so impressive. They're very much in this match in a lot of ways. Yeah, this is really exciting stuff. Really, really good game. I did not expect this game to be this tight at all. Angola really coming to play and playing for pride, really, because it's a long shot for them to break through this group. But they're not letting that stop them. And I think that's a great mentality. I think it says a lot about their coach. Big fan of their coach. Excuse me. Let's see if I can pull his name. I can't remember. I know he's from Portugal. Find it now. With all the stuff active for the actual tournament, but he has really put in a crazy amount of effort to make this Angolan side competitive. He's been traveling the country looking for the best possible players. Sound familiar? Sounds like someone we were really big fans of here in the United States. Doing it on his own dime, making it happen. Taking on a massive geography challenge compared to what he's used to back home in Portugal. I mean, that's big. Really big stuff. Tell me what you guys think in the chat. What do you think of the action so far today? I think the first two results were very predictable. Much like yesterday, the first two games were kind of just cut and dry. Exactly what you expected them to be. And then the second two matches look like they've been quite exciting. So, I mean, Angola coming out in the first minute, kind of putting their fingerprints all over this thing. Really impressive from them. As much as I'm a CONCACAF fan, I don't know how you guys are with sports. I know a lot of people tend to be this way for the betterment of a league or a production of a region, but I know a lot of friends that when it comes time for college bowl season, they, for example, for me being in Big Ten country, every bowl game, with the exception of their rival, they're cheering for the Big Ten because it's better for the league for them to have results. I feel the same way about CONCACAF. Really happy for Costa Rica that they got a win yesterday and beat Uzbekistan, and they will likely make it through as one of the best third place teams. But it's probably bad for business that Uzbekistan's out of this tournament. That's that local following now is not going to be near as strong. And it's not like, when I think about the World Cup coming up in 2026 in the U.S., when the U.S. is out, people are still going to go to those games. Those stadiums are still going to be full. just because the mentality there is much, much different, much bigger sport. Whereas with this futsal, I don't think that it's going to have that same impact. So you're really losing the local fan base that was insanely loud, representing extremely proudly. I mean, I think that there's certainly something to be said. And Uzbekistan, of course, dealt with a couple of injuries in their lead up to this tournament that they weren't expecting. Otherwise, I think they would have been a little more competitive. But to get last place in that group is just stunning. Not what I expected from them at all. I thought they'd at least get second. That'd be them and Paraguay going through. And then that shock performance by Netherlands yesterday to beat Paraguay was really incredible too. Really, really cool. What's especially cool about that is the Dutch almost didn't make it into this World Cup. They came down to the playoff for the last two spots. Them and Croatia made it through, beating Finland and someone else. But it came down to the very last day for them in the playoff for those last two World Cup slots, and they made it through. So think about how hard they had to work just to get to this stage, and now they're getting results. That's awesome. So awesome. But what probably excites me the most is tomorrow. I'm really glad that we'll be able to get easy access to this Morocco-Portugal game. I think there's a really good chance that that's the final, and we see a rematch from the group. Long road for both teams to get there, of course, but it's possible. David, if you're still in the chat, how's things going in Santa Fe? I'm sure you guys are starting to gear up. Gearing up. That's awesome. I know you guys got a little bit before your preseason tournament, but gotta be getting exciting now. Getting ramped up, getting pumped. This is the time of season where it's the work, getting ready for the fun bit. But knowing that the work has almost got you to that end goal has got to be a good feeling. Getting that season started, getting things rolling. City is excited. That's good. That's good. Are you finding that the reception's a little bit better than it was when you were trying to do this before with the MASL? Is the city kind of a little more understanding of what you're trying to accomplish? Good. That's awesome. That is awesome. That's good. Well deserved down there. We've got FCS AGM next weekend. So hopefully we'll see some really good stuff out of that. I think we will. We got two really great guests coming in to help us out with it, so that's exciting. For sure, futsal is growing. Yeah, I think, it's funny. I briefly mentioned it earlier in the halftime of the first game, but it seems like, and I'll say almost identical to what I said before, is, for lack of a better term, the little bit of outrage from the U.S. community that the United States didn't make it to this World Cup. Seems to have spurred something in a lot of people, made them really passionate this offseason. Everybody feels like we're on the cusp of something that could be big. And a lot of the offseason conversations I've had with people across the 3 leagues that are active right now, everybody kind of feels the same way and thinks something big could happen, and everybody kind of wants to be a part of it. So it's interesting. It's kind of a Phoenix rising from the ashes opportunity, it feels like, is the vibe from everybody. It's going to be tough. I mean, we still have such a long ways to go in this country to get futsal up and running, and there's a lot of missteps going on at all levels of the sport, even at the FIFA level, in my opinion. But I think it could be really, really good. I think it'd be really exciting if we could get something going in the U.S., and I think the U.S. and England both are markets that could be a catalyst for something bigger for the sport across the globe. So hopefully we see that. Either country picking up the banner would be huge. Awesome. We'll see you in a little bit. See you, David. Thanks for dropping in. Anybody else, if you guys are in the chat and curious how to follow along, you join our Discord channel. There is a pinned comment at the top of the chat that you guys can use to link to Discord. Join our community there, and you can find the game live. Can't show it here on YouTube, but we can kind of play around on Discord and get it available for everybody. Oh, Nico getting the start for the second half. Sarmiento back between the pipes for Argentina. Interesting decision. Must not have been happy with how things went with their goalkeeper in that first half. What are those posts? New goalkeeper for Angola as well. Interesting. Wow, that's unexpected for me. I don't know what you guys think about that. Reading into it. Here we go. Put that ball down, sir. Let's get it going. We're ready for the action. Need our ticker. Okay, we are in the second period. I haven't seen enough Angola to know about this goalkeeper. I don't know if this is a kind of strategy change this is. Is this a guy that's better on his feet to fly and make up that goal? Ooh. Very interesting. Angola really liking those one-on-ones. Ooh, nearly broke through there. Man, this has been a really good match for Angola. Even if they don't get the result here, they can leave with their heads held high. I mean, this is incredible. Incredible stuff from them. Definitely something to be proud of. By the way, Luke, if you're in here, I see you putting the work in the Discord. Good work, buddy. We're going to do some pretty cool stuff, I think, in the next week. This number 10, Joe, for Angola, he's been working so hard this match. He's a man possessed. Taking on a little too much on his own, but that's Angola's style, is to get into those one-on-one situations, so I don't think that that's a bad thing. Breakfast sandwich, yes. I'm having leftover Chinese for lunch here after this. I can't believe it's noon already. Ooh. Dangerous spot. Dangerous spot. There. Yeah, Luke, you probably just missed what I said, but I was saying I just saw you putting in the work in the Discord. Plenty good work. Yeah, really great move. Oh, I'm spotted further back than I thought. Still dangerous. Man, we're gonna be doing some good stuff here, I think, soon. Real soon. I'm excited. One touch. Oh, I thought for a second maybe that was going in. Ukraine's still up 2-0 in their match. Afghanistan's not in a must-win in that game, but man, you certainly don't want to have to rely on others, right? You want to be able to control your destiny a little bit. They're going to want at least a tie out of that. Ooh. Ooh. Everybody okay on that one? That could have been an ugly collision. Oh, great header. Great save. Welcome to the game. I'm curious to see how this keeper change goes. I understand Sarmiento being in. They want to make sure they clean this up a little bit. Ooh, and right as that happens, that back post is wide open. Nearly a tie. Great save from Nico. And Sarmiento is just so valuable for this team. They're going to miss him when he's gone, I think. Wasted counterattack opportunities for both teams there. They just didn't really have any venom in them by the time it came time. Afghanistan pulls one back. Oh, that game's going to be interesting. 2-1. So both games, 1-goal games. Did it. Ooh, good save again by that keeper. Three v 2 for Angola. They hit it right at Nico. Gotta be better. Man, I'll tell you what, guys, this has been a day. It's been a day of action. Same as yesterday, these second set of matches have been way more competitive. I think tomorrow will be the real crazy match. We're going to learn a lot. Argentina not being afraid to get down on the ground and slide through some of this. Oh. It is. The back and forth? Yeah, it is crazy. I mean, it's really... It just feels like this match could open up for either team right now. You think about how Angola started this match. Getting up 2-0 early. Argentina is way more dialed in now than they were at the beginning of the match, so replicating that is going to be tough. But both teams are just playing really well. They're playing really true to their own styles. Two very different styles of play. But, I mean, both look fairly dangerous. Great defense there by Argentina. We've seen a couple late whistles today. Like, that's way, way, way after the play. I don't understand why we're coming back to that. Like, stopping play. It's not like there was another foul that they could come back and address that. I'm a little surprised. And now they're doing a... How much longer did that guy have to hold his face to sell it? And I mean, he definitely got hit in the face. I'm not saying he... But it just... That went on for far too long. Very bizarre. Interesting shape by Argentina there. Ooh! Wow, what a shot. Oh, a great shot by Angola on the other side. Wow. Wow. Good stuff. Amazing. Luke, you said it earlier, but Angola doing a real nice job of their defense here. Nice and compact, protecting the middle, getting back quickly too. This is good for them. I don't know how he pulled that off. Holy cow. That looked like a mistake. Halfway through the second half. No goals yet. Yeah, for sure, Luke. Yeah, they look dangerous. Time management there, it looks like. Oh! I'm liking this goalkeeper for the second half for Angola. He seems to have it figured out. Looks like he's got a little more futsal experience, the way that he's positioning himself, dropping into that save there. This looks a little more classic futsal. Their first goalkeeper, very, very athletic. He's just doing things that are making his life harder. Gotta be back post, right? Oh, man. Angola just packing the arc. Good thing they did, too. That could have been an easy tap-in. Well done, Angola. Yeah, that's a missed opportunity for sure, Luke. There it is. There they got it. Little bit of cushion now. Angola is still very much in this thing. I would not let off the gas if I was Argentina. I'd be trying to get 3-4 goal lead here. Lots of time. You guys know futsal if you've been around for a while. 2 goals is nothing, and there's a lot of game left. Angola just need to keep their chins up, stay focused. I mean, out of that goal so far, they are. Great. Oh, that's a great little play there by them. Wow. That one-on-one. Oh boy. When and does Angola play 5th attacker? You know, that's the interesting is yesterday, it was about 7 minutes, 20 seconds, and Costa Rica went up a goal on Uzbekistan, and they instantly played the 5th attacker. And they ultimately ended up losing 5-3. The 5th attacker didn't seem very comfortable in the position, though. He didn't look confident. His body language looked soft, and he didn't move much. Now, they were playing him up high, or not high. He was kind of playing the half line, not... Whoa! What a goal. Look, the crowd, the neutral crowd there is loving that. As they should. Look at this. Powers through a 2v1. A little bit of deflection to help it. This guy, Joe, I don't know if that's how you say his name. Joe? Deflection to top bins, but... Sheesh. Nothing Nico can do about that one. By the time it changes direction, he's already getting down. He's been working hard. I feel like I'm seeing him a lot. This is wild. It's interesting about this group is I wouldn't call it wide open, but Argentina are definitely through. It's just a matter if they're first or second. But Afghanistan and Ukraine both have a lot to play for. And I think if you're Angola, you kind of want Afghanistan to win that match because you got a better chance of breaking the goal differential on Ukraine. But what you don't want is a tie. You want some kind of result out of that match. Thought that was going to be a yellow for a minute. Must have just been a threat for next time. How many does Joe have? Joe has... He has a hat trick. That would have been 4, but they counted it as an own goal because of the deflection. How do you guys feel about that? Yeah, he did. He put it away. I think it was a threat for next time. Maybe helping with the language barrier with some visual aids. All right. Yeah, that was such a simple deflection. Why is that an own goal? They did that in outdoor, too. I don't understand. At what point is it an own goal? Wow. Okay. I mean, he's got a hat trick on the day, even with that own goal. But he's been in on all 4 shots that have gone in. Oh, great play. Great goal. Whoa. Wow. That's got me standing up. That was nice. It happened quick, too, didn't it? That seemed like it was something out of nothing. Pass down the line. Boop. Boop. Bam. Love it. That's a great play. Claudio. That's nice. Man, oh man. Tell you what. This has been a thriller. Claudinho. Whoa. Where was the Argentinian defense on that one? Oh, wow. What a response. What a response. Look at that. He's just all alone. Sidebar, love the tucked in shirt. Reminds me of playing as a kid. Wow. 6-5. Did anybody see this coming? I'm at a loss here. Now, Argentina's flying the keeper. They know they're up 1, right? Argentina's flying their keeper. Oh, I just saw something update I shouldn't have seen. I would keep an eye on the screen right now if I were you guys. Boom. Okay. 7-5. Lot of goals here. I mean, we went the whole first, 11 minutes of this half without a single goal. And we've had 5. Last 2.5 minutes, I think. 2.5, 3 minutes. Yeah, not a lot of pressure there. Fixo caught out a little bit. He probably needed to be choked up just a tiny bit. It's so hard to know. I mean, how do you know? It's so easy to say from the chair. Wait. Boom. Oh, they're scoring for fun. 8-5. It's really the dam's starting to break now. Ukraine and Afghanistan still at 2-1. So if this holds, I'm surprised they haven't shown it on the screen yet, actually. They've been doing a pretty good job of this so far this tournament, especially when there's potential for shuffle in the standings. They've really been showing the table. I think if this scoreline holds, Ukraine jumps Afghanistan for second place. Yeah, for sure they do. Afghanistan still has a pretty good chance of making it through as a top 3rd place club, team, which is how they got through the Asian Federation contest as well, as they actually were a 3rd place team, I believe. But you don't want to be relying on Group B and Group F. Group F, the 3rd and 4th place teams, their goal differential is so bad, they're not going to knock you out of that top 4. Libya probably unlikely with their goal differential as well. So you really are looking at Group E tomorrow if you're Afghanistan and Croatia. If these current score lines stand. Should have taken the timeout earlier. Yeah, maybe. Because you'd stop this a little bit, stop this momentum. There's nothing better than watching some animated coaches. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. These guys aren't like psychomaniacs screaming, but they're just, you know, a lot of talking with the hands, a lot of instruction that makes it fun to watch them. They're passionate guys, both of them. Yeah, I think you're right, Luke. I think maybe that goal they got back so quickly, maybe they backed off on calling that timeout for that reason. But maybe after that goal back instantly from Argentina, that's the time to make that call and say, okay. I don't know. This is kind of what I was saying earlier, is a lot of these teams, these underdog teams, have been putting together good halves, but they can't put together two good halves against these top teams. Angola's really put together a game and a half. And there's still, I mean, 3 goals down. Tough, but doable. With just under 6 to go. Bad in ball there. Otherwise, maybe that's a shot. Tell you what, this has been some morning. Boom! There's another one. Whoa! Good little play off the set piece on the kick in. Angola's losing focus now. They're letting the scoreline get in their head instead of sticking to the plan. I mean, that's a good set piece, though. I mean, you can't... I should take back what I said. That was the set piece. Great block. But here, now you're down 4. Like you said, Luke, at one point, do you run that 5th attacker? Do it at the 5-minute mark? Do you give it a second and see if these guys can turn it? Do or die. Ukraine up 3-1. They've put another one in. Afghanistan in a bit of trouble here. They don't want that goal differential to get away from them at the absolute complete least. Of the X-Men. Yeah, definitely. Definitely some of that going on here. Good thing too, I'm Angola. I mean, now you're at 3 fouls, but there's only 5 minutes left. I think you start really pushing Argentina, getting physical, try and make them uncomfortable, because right now they're very comfortable. Ow. Can't let him turn. Can't let him turn. This is where the one-on-one strategy is hurting them too. And oh, am I hurting more than I was about to save? And Oh, they got it back. It's like sitting waiting for that opening on that one-on-one. They're just burning their own clock. That might be another bit of it, though, too, Luke, when we're talking about that fifth attacker. I'm not sure if fifth attacker jives well with Angola's style of play. Like, if Joe's going to take that ball and wait for a one-on-one opportunity to cut by, what good is the fifth attacker at that point if you're not even going to utilize the other three you have on the court in that situation? Veteran team versus a young team. I think in a lot of ways, and I think a lot of it too is these guys all have professional experience all year round too. They know how to keep that intensity up. They know how to stick to that game plan and keep it moving in a way that is beneficial and is calm and is lethal. They'll grind a team down. Speaking of, Ukraine just put another one in. 4-1. I'd love to see Afghanistan make it to that round of 16, but that game is getting away from them. They got to do something. About 3 minutes to go. I'm a bigger fan of making the ball do the work as opposed to one-on-ones. I think that it's a beautiful part of the game, those one-on-ones. But probably because I'm no good at one-on-ones, I prefer to see the ball moving and passing. And I think that way, too, the ball does most of the work. You know, if you're Angola and you're starting to feel heavy legs, you're down by 4, you want some better opportunities, you know, maybe you move that ball around because the ball's going to move faster and you're going to get tired before the ball. Oh, I was going to look up. I have a screenshot somewhere here, Luke, of the average ages of all the teams. So Angola is the 5th youngest team in the contest with an average age of 25.2 years. And Argentina is the 4th oldest just under 31 years. So yeah, I think you can say that, you know, these guys have all seen at least one more cycle than Angola. I don't know how many of these Angolan players are returning from the last cycle when they played in Lithuania either. So that could be a big part of it as well. You know, how many of these guys are fresh faces? If your average age is 25, how many of these guys are young? How many of these guys didn't see the last cycle? Whereas Argentina, your average age is 30. Almost everybody saw the last cycle, if not everybody. Smart play there. It puts Angola at 4 fouls, too. Afghanistan, the youngest team in this contest by 21 and a half years, and New Zealand, second youngest by 22 and a half years. Who's that a yellow card for? Plaza. Well, yeah. Hands on the shoulders will do that, especially right in front of the referee. Last minute of the Ukraine game, they're still up 4-1. This is good clock management by Argentina, too. You notice they're not rushing a counterattack. They're just finding that space laterally. just burned up about 20 seconds of clock before they turned it over. Who plays first tomorrow? Morocco versus Portugal is first. And then simultaneously, Panama will be taking on Tajikistan. But that Morocco-Portugal match is the one that's on FS2, so that's one we'll be watching. And then France and Iran after that. That should be an interesting one. I'm curious to see. It's going to be a big test for France. I'm curious to see how they do. They're through no matter what. Both teams. France and Iran. Same with Portugal and Morocco. So that's the other thing is, do we see a full force team in either of those matches, or do you reserve your guys for the knockouts when it really matters? I'm not sure how you change that strategy headed towards those knockout rounds. We got a couple days off, but do you risk unnecessary injury? I don't think you want to. I don't think. $20 seconds to go in this one. Pretty well locked up. Ukraine is officially full-time winners. Less than 10 to go. Other than a rocky start, Argentina looked like themselves in this match. They're going to want that momentum heading into the knockouts after they had a really tough match with Afghanistan. Angola should absolutely keep their heads held high on this. I mean, absolutely incredible performance from them. A lot of upside. They're still looking for that first win in a World Cup in their history, but man, they looked way better than the last cycle to me. And I think that I think we're going to see him again. I really do. All right, guys. I got a jet. Get back to being a dad. Enjoy my kids and some chores this afternoon. We will be back here again tomorrow. I do not have the stream schedule just yet. I need to tweak the thumbnail here. But really exciting day. Really exciting matches. Especially those last two. That's awesome. And I think tomorrow's going to be even better. So keep an eye out for the stream tomorrow morning. It'll begin around 8:15 a.m. Eastern time. Probably end around the same time here. Because it's the exact same schedule. And then we will know exactly what we're looking at for our matches heading into the middle of the week. We have quarterfinal action next Sunday. I might be able to do some streams for that. Figure it out. And then the third place match in the final will be October 6th. So all the games are going to get a little spread out here moving forward as we take little breaks in between rounds. So stick with us in the Discord. Also, check out Last Letter and IX Futsal community on Discord. He's been sharing a lot of games as well when he's not at work. So that's another great way to catch games. Make sure you join us in our Discord, sub to the channel, like and subscribe, and put some comments in so we can get the algorithm moving and let people know we're following Futsal here. And until I see you guys next time, don't forget, play with your soul.